lens there. Thanks. Little lens cleaning. And we're all set. Close that. Excuse me. Thanks. This again. There we go. Great. Yes. Try and get some stuff painted again today. 3 days in a row, brothers, sisters. Pets, neighbors. 3 days in a row. It's pretty awesome. Making a good comeback here, getting stuff on the table. Where are they? Oh, I gotta go grab my box of minis. 1 second. Much better, much better. Here we are on a Saturday, east coast of the United States of America. 78 degrees, mostly cloudy it is. Not sure where it is, what it's like where you guys are, but that's what it is here. Pretty nice, cool day. One of these sweltering days we've had recently. So yeah, it's pretty good. Sort of good. Now, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna actually paint here. I put a few final touches on these guys, I guess. And grab another strip. 6. At least this looks pretty good. Clean it off. Let's change our music here for a start. As epic as it is, it's a little too loud. Yes. Let's put some more appropriate ambience in there. That sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, folks, we're about to get started here. I'll be on here for a couple hours or so and chatting away. Getting some stuff done for my Flames of War this time. Got quite a bit to do, particularly with infantry. And having some fun games playing. Got Luke back in the chatteroony once again. How you doing, my friend? I started a little early today. I was thinking of you guys. You guys in the UK-age. Was it 7 o'clock prime time? 7:30, thereabouts? Are we in the 4-hour difference zone at this point? That's not good. Make sure they're all Germans. I got some Americans mixed in. I think they are. I'm gonna have to get to my goggles. I need my goggles. Yes, they are. Okay, that's good. Some good poses in there. That'll be my next one. Good to see you, Luke. 8:30. 5-hour difference. How did I know you were from the UK? Did we mention that yesterday? Oh yeah, I presumed that was the case. We were talking with Big Small Worlds. Drew a blank there. Couldn't remember. Yeah, you're in the UK. What part of the UK are you in? Midlands? Yorkshire? I have a lot of friends over in the UK. Lots and lots. I wonder why. I'm not too sure. London, okay. Okay, there he is, folks. There he is. Londinium. Londinium it is. Sounds good to me. Just got in here. Gotta get my composure here. I was just outside doing some stuff. I'll just pop this on. So, take a little moment here. Get myself ready. Get my brushes ready. Not gonna need this one. Doing any painting today? It is a Saturday. Not that that has anything to do with it. La da 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 da. Da 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 da. And we'll see who joins us today. Happy birthday to our co-host, of course, that being Catacles. She celebrates a birthday today. 1 year closer to freedom, we'll call it. Yeah, so good on her if you're out there, Cat. I was just talking to her, actually. Probably going to be having a little celebration tonight. We'll see who else pops in. Might see the squirrel. Hopefully we'll see our good friend, Big Small Worlds. Starting early for him too. Come on, you guys, you UKers. I'm in the prime time. This is actually when I like to do a stream. This is an ideal time for me. Good time of the day for everybody around the world, I think. Even here in America. Except if you're on the west coast of America. It's still noon over there. Of course, it's Saturday. Yeah. Not everybody works on Saturday. Definitely motivated after the live chat. Excellent. Oh, that motivates me. Fantastic. Was painting epic scene. Scene Union American Civil War. So just CT carried on the dark blue into British Dragoons for Napoleonics in 6mm. Let me read that again. Sorry. Let's read an epic scale American Civil War Warlord games. Okay. Seem to carry on the dark blue onto the British Dragoons for Napoleonics, which are blue coated. All right. So gotcha. All right. Gotcha. Little translation there. I got it. I know exactly what you're doing. Luke, of course, is a big fan of the epic scale Warlord games. Epic scale, which is what, 13 mil, 13.5, somewhere in there. A very small 15 mil, we might call it. Or a big girthy 12 mil. Who knows? We got Byron in the audience. I was just talking to you, Byron. What's going on, my friend? It's always good to hear from you. All the way from Florida way. Floridian. Yep, I get you, Luke. I do it all the time. We're all thumbs. You would think this day and age, human communication would have improved. No, now we use thumbs like we're a bunch of apes. So we've actually digressed. Anyway. scale, not scenery. I gotcha. Epic scale Union American Civil War. And the 6mm Dragoons. What's your blue clad? Can be. How you doing, Byron? I'm over here babbling away, trying to calm myself down. I was outside doing some stuff. Boy, did it get chilly last night. Wow. I don't know if it got in the 50s, but it was definitely in the 60s. Got chilly. Damn. Just out of the blue. A really chilly night. Which is unusual around here. Not too unwelcome, actually, because it's been so freaking hot. Which I love. I prefer to just bake than freeze. No middle ground. Bake me, please. One of these days I'll move to Arizona. That's my goal. Live on the res. You come visit me, Byron. I'll be out on the res in Arizona. One of the northern reservations, I'm sure. Find me on White Mountain or something. Come on, visit me. Beat some drums. Me, you, and Rosemary. She could do her flame dance. Right. Good times, good times. I'm good. I was just hanging with my parents. I have too many cats. Was that the discussion today? The big discussion today with the parents, Byron? Too many cats? 24 is a little bit too much, I think. A little bit too much. A little too much. I think the most we had here at the farm was about 36, because people always drop them off. Hey, a farm! Let's drop them off! Here we got a load of cats running wild. And of course, my mom and sisters would take care of them and feed them, and that means they're going to congregate. Boy, when it was feeding time, it was literally a herd of cats rushing towards the porch. A herd. Destroyed the front lawn. That only went so long before we all decided, you know what, it's time to get them all spayed and neutered. We've got to put an end to this right away. Thankfully, there's a SPCA up the road. About 1 mile up the road. And, yeah, so that was done. And then all of a sudden, they just disappeared. All the cats just drifted away. I don't know. I guess that had a big impact on their psychology. They all wandered off. Pretty brutal, though. I'm good. Just hanging with the parents. The Indian res? Yeah. Apache. Got a lot of Apache friends out there. It's beautiful. I love the dry heat. As you know, I lived in California for a while and I fell in love with that atmosphere. Granted, Southern California isn't as hot, but it is dry, and I loved it. 6 of them are babies. Oof. You should talk to Squirrel Hermit. He's got a full new litter as well of about, I think he said 4 to 6 new kittens. I think it's 4. 4 new kittens. They're neighborhood cats, but they take care of them. So they're not really theirs, but they let them in the house, or on the porch rather, and they take care of them when they have litters and get them spayed and neutered. That kind of thing. There are more cats outside in the barn. Of course. Parents on a farm? Kind of a farm? Yeah. Cats are a mainstay of farms. For good reason. Shows the difference in land prices between our countries. Places with land would be a lottery win price over here. I bet. There's some beautiful places in the UK, though. Yorkshire in particular, I'm thinking. My good friend, I think Big Small Worlds is in Yorkshire as well. But my really good friend Ian, Byron, you know who I'm talking about, who passed away in December. But, I'm still reeling from that, by the way, but, yeah, he passed away. 'Cause he was 90 years old. 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 90 years old He lived in Yorkshire. A lot of history. He actually told me the BBC television series back in the 80s, All Creatures Great and Small, was filmed in Yorkshire. I didn't know that. But yeah, it's a beautiful landscape there in Yorkshire. A lot of history with the English Civil War, and yeah. My mom has dementia. Sounds like what my mom went through. And the only pleasure she has in life is feeding cats. And word in the entire region got around. So all the ferals came to their property. Ferals. Careful, Luke's here. Yeah, well, 2.5 acre. Oh, nice. 2.5 acre lot. It's the Yorkshire Dales. Nice. I'm down in Kent, but on the London border. Okay, I gotcha. That's cool. Do you have a channel, Luke? Do you have a YouTube channel? I didn't ask you yesterday. I should ask you. Do you put videos on your channel, I should say? Because I'll go check it out and give you a sub if that's the case. As long as I like it. Byron says, yep. 2.5 acres. That's a pretty good little stretch of land. Nice little bit of property. There's not many big farms anymore. A lot of them have to sell property and just to survive. That's what happened to my family. I'm just sitting on 4.5 acres. That's it. Thankfully, it's right alongside a pond. So it's prime, relaxing terrain. Help with the help. Yeah. Ian's wife had that, and he ended up having her put in a care home. My mom suffered from it as well, and she had to go into a home. It's next to impossible to take care of somebody like that. It really is. Of course, she said she's not fully there yet, but yeah, that's a consideration you'll have to think about. That's a pretty rough thing, too. I never saw my mom when she went into the hospital. She passed away in there after a few years in 2009. I never saw her once. Don't ask me why. I wasn't even around. But I never got a chance to see my mom. She passed away. Never went to her funeral. Because I wasn't there. So I missed the whole thing. But they'd tell me stories. She couldn't recognize her husband anymore. She didn't recognize anybody. It was pretty brutal. No, not a channel. Just a gamer with a passion for it. Gotcha. My sister bought a French draft horse. The brand or subspecies of which starts with a P. I can't remember what it is. P. Palamus? Palamus? Pala. Let me look and see. Palomino. Palamus. What am I thinking? Should go to Grok. Breed of horse starting with P. Pecheron? Percheron? I never heard of them. Are more like Suffolk horses than the British heavy breeds. Horse breeds that start with the letter P. Pampa? I never heard of that one. Persano? Peruvian? Paint? Could be a paint. That's not really a breed though. 2.5 acre of property. Well, that's nice. That's the one I found. Go to Grok or something. I just did a Google. No, 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 no. How do you pronounce that? Percheron? 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 I never heard of that. I didn't pay attention to those kind of details growing up here. That said, I've never actually heard of that. My cousin would know. She used to live across the street, and she had a proper horse ranch. She would breed racing horses and stuff like that. She knows all about that stuff. It's a pasture pet. That's okay if you can afford it. It's the only thing about having horses these days. They're freaking expensive to take care of. I mean, how do you make your money back, you know? Rent out rides? Unless you're in the breeding. Or a working farm that can actually use horses. Like the Amish and Dutch do over here. They do. That's nice. They got a horse. Let me close this. Pasture pet. Free falling. German camo, dark green. Webbing and pouches, black of course. They were bred to bulk up draft horses. Travelers used them for their caravans. It's a giant gray French draft horse. And Luke said the name, I just can't pronounce it. Percheron? Let's go to the pronunciation and figure out how that's pronounced. How to pronounce? How is it spelled? P-E-R? On horse. Did I spell that right? I think I typoed that. Let me listen. Percheron. Percheron. Percheron? Alright, so it's Percheron. Perch, like a fish. Ron. Percheron. Okay, so that's that. Percheron. She's not making any money back. Soft ch. As in chair, share. Percheron. Percheron, Percheron. It's a giant. I read that. Alright, there you go. Okay. Talking about horse breeds today, folks. Live on the Pain Along. Yeah. There we go. I think Baron is at work right now, listening in. Rosemary's going to be at the store tonight, I guess. Playing a little demo game of Gill Team. Yeah, some good old Gill Team. Gill Team. That's what you get when you get a bunch of ladies playing Kill Team together. It's known as Gill Team. There you go. Gill Team it is. I like it. I like it a lot. Baron knows what I'm talking about. I think I got 5 of these Flames of War rulebooks floating around. I keep buying stuff. Got one sitting here next to me. Yeah, look at all them. Panzer IVs. Never really played a lot of 4th edition. I played maybe a couple games. I think I played a couple games before I just got out of it and sold everything. But 3rd edition was my game. And so I never really gave it a chance. So this time around I'm going to play a lot more 4th edition and really absorb it. I really didn't give it a chance back then. Seems okay. A lot more streamlining going on. They fixed the artillery issue that 3rd edition had. But I don't know, they kind of took out some of the details, although they might have added those details with later books, which kind of threw me off. Like, I think they got rid of combat attachments, which were part of your army building, and I love combat attachments, and I don't think they had them anymore. So if you bought a platoon of heavy machine guns, you had a platoon of heavy machine guns moving around and fighting on the board. Realistically, you'd be able to break up those machine guns and attach them to other platoons. Say you want to give a MG, heavy machine gun, over to a infantry platoon, you know. That would be called a combat attachment. You could do that. You break apart your platoons to do that. And I don't think 4th edition did allow that anymore. I mean, you could still do it. How that would reflect in the point values, if that's important to you, might be a concern. But, you know, why did they take that out? That was a fun part of it. I don't know, though. Maybe Byron knows if you've played 4th edition. And making probably skill checks. Making skill checks to enter buildings. That was another thing from 3rd edition. But I think they took out of 4th edition. Now you just move into the building. I could see that being added to something like Stalingrad or supplement, or something where there's city fighting going on. Maybe they reserve that rule for those settings. I don't know if they did, but that would be kind of cool. And I always liked that. You know, so my green troops would take longer to get inside of a building, whereas veterans could go in there and be like, boom, they're in. Knock on the door, hello. Let off a few rounds and you're in. Watch the tripwire. They got it covered, you know? I like that. I think I'm just going to go to the next strip. And some field gray, German field gray, that's it. Where's my up divisor? Oh, it's on my head. Of course it is. Let's see. Whoops. Careful. So, what shall we discuss today? What shall we discuss? What is on your mind? On his chest there. So small. Saw a good video Byron shared with me over on Instagram about painting faces and eyes. Real simple method. Straightforward. I shared it on Discord. If you're not on my Discord, Luke, look in the description. I think the link still works. Pop on over there. It's only a handful of folks there that are all good friends, and we share pictures and talk about the hobby and other things too. It's a nice little tight community. You'd fit in perfect, man. Big Small World is over there. Honestly, I like it better than Facebook. I don't have to deal with crap posts from your so-called friends. I get players for all my game sessions over there. Like Baron. Right, Baron? Am I using the right brush here? This seems pretty small. It's taking too long. Sounds great, thanks. Yeah, put a link and I'll join happily. Should be in the description. I'll gladly put it in the chat though. I hope it still works. It should. It's not supposed to change. Is that the bread bag there? Can't tell. I'm gonna assume it is. That's where it should be anyway. Okay. Right. That looks good to me. Oh. Maybe I'll bring Kat in today if she's around, wants to join and co-host with me, since it's her special day. Of course, she is pretty occupied, according to that message. So I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me see. Let me do something else here. I'm getting distracted again. Let's see, Discord. I hope this link still works. It's in the description, but I'll copy it here and put it in the chat. Copy. Curious if it still works. Let me put it in here. Paste. This is the link. See if that works. I'm curious. Right there on the screen. You should be able to copy and paste that into an open separate window. Hold on here. Missed that last. What was the question? I'm trying to think. I'm not sure what I was asking. Something about Rosemary? No. Yeah, I did ask you something. What was it? The link probably there, but I am a complete Luddite. Okay, I got you covered. Can never find things online. Got you covered. What did I ask you, Byron? Why am I asking him? He don't even know. Worked, accepted, thanks. Let's go over there and see our new member here. There he is. Luke. How you doing, Luke? Welcome aboard, my friend. Glad to have you. Let me give you a role here in the community. I'm going to put you in Grognard's. Since you're a veteran gamer, put you in there. You're all set. Got your message. Fantastic. Roam around, check out some of the channels. Good stuff in there. La pa da 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 da. There we go, folks. Everybody's welcome. Feel free to click that link and say hello over there. Let me know who you are, because you guys like to have different handles for your usernames on different platforms. I sometimes don't know who the heck you are, even though I might know you. So who's this guy? Chicken Legs. Who's he? I don't know what Chicken Legs. Oh, that's Luke. There he is. There's Luke. Of course, I know who you are. Silliness. It's just silliness. Now, what did I ask Byron? I don't remember, Byron. Something to do with, it's something to do with Flames of War. Actually, it was a series of questions. Don't know if I want to go through them again. I guess we'll make it real simple. Have you played 4th edition Flames of War? And what's your opinion compared to 3rd edition? That's all. Feel free to share. I haven't played a couple times, you know. How you doing, Nerds Nerd? What's on the painting desk today, Nerds Nerd? that guy's got a smock. Excellent. I got a smock. I'm gonna save that for some camo. Everybody wish Kat, who's over on Discord, a happy birthday. It's a big one. It's a big one. She just hit the big sweet 16. All right, there you go. There you go. She's happy. Her mom is up from Florida to take her out to dinner, and so congratulations on that, Kat. I'm not sure she'll be here co-hosting with me today, but yeah, it's her birthday. Do it. Let me get this guy's front leg painted. He's got a smock. Excellent. How's your Nerds Nerd? How's your RPG on Bear's channel? I think you're playing some superheroes, aren't you? How's that going? Dun, 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 dun. Been trying to get Nerds Nerd in one of my campaigns. It's like hammering jello into a wall. She'll get there. She'll get there. I'm only teasing. There, that is him done. Look. Worked and accepted, thanks. I read that. There's Nerd. Hey all, I read that. Luke, hi buddy. Hi buddy. Okay, how you doing, Luke? Is that for Nerds Nerd? Okay, there you go. Alright. Everybody ignores me. They never say hello to me. No, I take that back. Only kidding. Only kidding. Only kidding. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Bread bag there, that's where it should be. Could be a coat. I'm gonna. Actually, I think I see the coat underneath it. Alright, so it's definitely a bread bag. Da 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 da. We all need. We all said hello and love you, pal. Aww. I feel included. Usually I'm just the ambiance to you guys' conversation in the chat there. I just sit here and make painting noises. Everybody ignores me. I break out in song or something. I'm like the piano man in a bar or something. It's okay. It's okay. That's why I'm here. I provide the ambience. Let's get some ambience. Isn't that nice? It's awesome. A little ASMR maybe. You like that? Some people do. I know for a fact some people do actually listen to my channel because of that. It's not that I'm trying, but it seems to be that way. Right, Byron? Yes, I have played 4th edition. Yes, I have played 4th edition. I don't like 4th edition. But it's better than 3rd edition. 2nd edition was the best edition. All that from Byron. Okay, he's one of those 2nd edition holdouts. There you go. He's holding out. Why I don't like 4th edition is because of the assault rules, which may assault an area effect weapon of 8 inches. Okay, not sure exactly what you mean there. It's been a long time since I played, so... Well, I haven't played it, so I played it once or twice. So I'm going to give it another whirly. I loved 3rd edition. I have 2nd edition, but never played that. I don't know how I got the 2nd edition rule books. I think somebody on eBay, I bought something on it from him, and he included his 2nd edition rule books. I think that's how I got it. So I never actually played it or anything. I wonder what 1st edition was like. I didn't get introduced to the game until, well, probably 2012, 2013, right in there. When I came back from Massachusetts, came back home, and eventually got back in the hobby. After 10 years. I was pretty shocked at how much had changed in that length of time. I was very impressed by Flames of War at the time. I'd never known a historical-based game to be marketed and produced like a 40K game. That just was unheard of. I'd never seen that before. And that's what Battlefront did. And I thought that was the coolest frickin' thing. I mean, you got starter sets, starter boxes, platoon boxes. What a great idea. And it made it easy for me to get into because up to that point, I didn't do any World War II gaming. It was not an interest of mine at all. But because of that, I got into it big time. And I learned a lot. So, yeah. I come from the era of staple-bound, typed rule books. So it was all kind of new to me. After being out of the hobby for a decade. A lot changed. But now that kind of game, that commercialized game, is all par for the course these days. It's become the norm. It's taken me forever to paint. I'm being a little bit more careful this time. I don't know why. Shouldn't matter. I'm not that too concerned. So I guess we'll pick up the pace a little bit. I'm going to bring Jeeves in here for a second since I'm getting into the painting. Haven't heard from Jeeves in a while. Could all use some Jeeves. See what he's up to. Finish this guy. Plunk. What's on his head? What kind of hat is that? Doesn't even look right. Is that a miscast? No. I don't know. Looks a little bit smaller than it should be for some reason. A cap. Yeah. All right. Double check my brushes real quick. Make sure I'm using the right brush. If I can find them. Where's my brushes? Oh. Yep, on the floor. No, that's the right brush. This is my micro brush. I remember seeing the box sets for Flames of War and being tempted, but Warlord also had starter boxes and seemed more popular at the local clubs. Resisted both, but bought into British colonial period. There's always something to get you. I wasn't into World War II at all. In fact, I was playing some Ancients at that time. But I was fascinated by this thing called Flames of War. Everybody's talking about it. And again, this is back in 2012, 2013, right in there. And it was quite popular. And I'd see it on eBay. Listings for Flames of War, miniatures, painted miniatures, and all kinds of stuff. I looked around at it. Oh, it's all kinds of tanks and stuff. World War II stuff. That's interesting. 15 mil even. And I was intrigued at all these starter boxes and platoon boxes and all this stuff. I said, boy, that's pretty cool. Never seen that before. And this was before Warlord came out with bolt action. And so I was intrigued by it. I guess weeks and months went by, and pretty soon I started digging into it deeper, watching some videos on YouTube, and I was hooked. I said, oh man, this is great. I wasn't sure what it was up to that point. Some kind of, I don't know. I don't even know what I could compare it to. But the idea that it was a historical game was pretty cool. So I got into it and got into World War II as a result of it. So it got me into World War II. So I got some nostalgia for Flames of War. I blame it for getting me back into the hobby, actually. That was way back in 2010. The problem with World War II is the variety of... Let me move my mouse. Variety of theaters in which period trying to get people to agree is a nightmare. I played solo and online. I think the starter boxes for Battlefront Gale Force 9 have better price points than the starter boxes from Warlord. Oh yeah, I bought the Hit the Beach box. $60 for what you get in that box. That is such a freaking deal. $60 for all that? A rule book? Terrain? You get a lot for $60. That's one of the best price starter boxes I know of, actually. The Hit the Beach one. Now I've seen more. Just a good game, or is it a good game, or would you suggest using their boxes for other rules? I'd suggest both. For 15 mil, if you want to do World War II 15 mil. I love their stuff. The game is great. It's really good fun. It's a good introduction to World War II on all fronts. And it's so, they make it so easy to get into because, you know, you just buy whatever you need, you know. They usually give you the decals. And the painting guides are right there. Their website is fully supporting all their games and stuff with articles and painting advice and everything. It's just, they make it so easy to get into if you've never done World War II gaming before. Which, even if you don't stick with Flames of War later, it's still useful stuff, you know? Like the painting guides and stuff that I still use today to paint 28mm World War II guys. But it's a really enjoyable game. Very fun. So I would definitely recommend it. In fact, Luke, if you go on my channel, if you go on, this channel right here, if you go on my channel, look at my battle reports and live plays, you'll see tons of Flames of War and a bunch of other World War II games that I played as well because of Flames of War. And once you get into Flames of War, you can play a lot of other sets of rules with no rebasing needed. That's the good thing. I got a lot of battle reports and stuff on there. I give you an idea how the game plays. Awesome. Yeah. I think the starter boxes for Battlefront Gale Force, I read that. Battlefront miniatures are amazing and can be used for any rule set. Yep. For sure. If in 28mm, and you can find it, the Stalingrad box set from Warlord is huge. I saw it. I saw their box sets. About 300 pounds, which is what, about $500? $350, $400? About that. But it's massive from Amazon. Yeah, I've seen it. It is massive. Definitely out of my price range. I mean, it's convenient, and if you got a lot of friends who want to get into it, it's a little bit more doable. But for normal folks, it's not very doable. It's too expensive. I mean, yeah, you get everything, but man, that's a lot of money, man. That's the only problem with that. I would rather these sets be smaller and contain less, but still really highly usable. I would rather that. Like $150 is as high as I would go. Personally. I mean, you're pricing people out of your stuff when you get any bigger than that. Kind of like what GW does, but let's not go there because GW makes people addicted, so. I think Warlord has a new start. Don't they have a starter set? Oh, they have a new Band of Brothers starter set for 3rd edition. Which I'm considering, but I already did that set. But I don't have the 3rd edition rules and stuff. And I like to buy starters. So I'm considering it when I start doing my 28mm stuff. I already got a ton of German Warlord stuff. That's my Phase 2 project. I'll be able to play some Chain of Command, Bolt Action, and have some good fun with that. Have you played Bolt Action, by the way? This goes to you as well, Byron. I think you have, haven't you? But Luke, have you played it? I think Flames of War is kind of along the lines of Bolt Action. They're games. They're fun games. More like a World War II movie than something really heavy and realistic. But it's really good fun. So why wouldn't you play it? But here's the kicker. You can use all your figures with other games with no problem. So you're actually getting into a whole hobby, not just a game. You're getting into a whole range of games when you get into Flames of War or Bolt Action. You could play Chain of Command with your Bolt Action stuff. There's a lot of other good games for platoon level 28mm. I think Plastic Soldier Company has a 28mm version of their battle group rules coming out that they're working on. So you're going to be able to play that. And the same thing with 15mm. One of my favorite all-time sets of World War II rules is, well, there's actually a couple. O Group by David Brown, published by the Two Fat Lardies. I love that game. It's based on Panzer Grenadier Deluxe, again, David Brown, which I absolutely love. And it's definitely more focused on command and control and realism, or historical realism, if there's such a thing. And Battle Group by Plastic Soldier Company. What a fantastic game. It feels like you have a documentary of a World War II battle unfolding on your tabletop. I mean, that's the impression I always got when I played this freaking thing. But that said, I've always had a thing for Flames of War. It's just so fun to play that it goes down as one of my favorites, period, because of that. If a game ain't fun, what is it? But anyway, and people could argue all day about realism and stuff. It's like my friend always said, folks, calm down. None of this is real. It's all make-believe, okay? It's okay to have a little fun. Anyway. I looked at Bolt Action, says Nerd's Nerd, a while ago. But as a treadhead, okay? Stand back. Nerd's Nerd, she's a treadhead. For sure. The strangely statted tank guns threw me off. And of course they did. Of course they did. Someone who plays Dust. Make believe World War II. With Sherman ray guns. Come on, Nerd's Nerd. Come on. Can't you make a little exception there? I get you, though. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But again, once you get into it, you have all these options. You know, you're really collecting 28 millimeter figures for essentially platoon level games for whatever. Even Conflict 47. You can use all those figures in Conflict 47. That's really what you're getting into. Unlike other genres like Napoleonics, where the basing system is crucial and stuff, and how you mount your figures, it's not so much the issue with World War II modern gaming, I think. That's the good thing. So you get to explore stuff. Luke says, hold on, with the zombies and lasers. Hold on. I'm looking at O Group as 6mm Eastern Front looks good. And Battle Group seems it would work with 15mm Flames of War minis, just as you were saying. I played a lot of O Group and Battle Group with 15mm stuff. No problem. I use the same basing and everything. I did actually rebase a big chunk of my Flames of War specifically for O Group because I like the smaller bases. But you don't have to, and it's just a personal thing with me. You don't have to at all. I don't know many people really that do. If you've already got a Flames of War army, why rebase it for O Group? You don't need to. Each stand is a squad in O Group. Simple. Each stand in Flames of War is a team, a half squad essentially. But squads really don't matter in Flames of War. They're just part of a platoon. Platoons are more important than squads, exact squad numbers. You're really looking at the platoon. Anyway, moving on. I'll believe that lasers suck against zombie guerrillas before I believe that a Panzer IV and an IS-2 have the same gun. Period. Okay. Point made. Definitely intrigued me, Conflict 47. If I find a local play group, I'll give it a fair chance. But you can play at home. Yeah, she likes that kind of stuff. She's big into Dust, which is kind of along those lines. So she really gets a kick out of Dust. You definitely got a sci-fi side to you, nerds nerd. All this battle tech. So I get it. Now, what was I doing here? That's another smock. Yeah, I've been looking at Conflict 47 myself. I'm not heavy into that, but it looked like it would be a fun way to get more use out of my miniatures and with something like that, you know, werewolves, Werwolfen. That kind of thing on the battlefield, and lasers and things like that. Just crazy stuff. Giant robots, walkers, and some of the models are really freaking cool. And by the way, Luke, I don't know if you're into 3D printing, but Nerd's Nerd, she does sculpts. She sculpts stuff for basically World War II. You too, Byron. You know Nerds does sculpts for 3D printing. I think she does them for free on her cults page. I'll post it here in a minute. And she does a lot of, what would I call it? Plays on the tanks for kind of like, I don't know, for Dust, basically. Variants that never existed. Am I right, Nerds Nerd? Do you actually have some models that are just accurate right to the T? Or they all kind of got a... like a laser mount or something? I'm not sure. The last I looked was quite a while ago, but you've been putting stuff out recently, and I'd seen them in my email. But yeah, she's got stuff over there. I intend to do some 3D printing for my vehicles and infantry. Bonus of England. We are so small that there should always be a club somewhere near you. USA is just stupidly big. It is humongous. Nerd is right. Luke Farrell sounds great, but possibly the PNP to England postage, that is. Price it out of range for one-offs. I'm sure they're lovely, though. Weird War, that's what I was trying to say. Weird War. Weird War 2 is my vibe. I upload models with swappable weapons, so each comes with a historical version, paper panzer versions, and then Weird War sci-fi. Oh, I'm gonna look deeper into it then. I looked a couple times, but I don't remember. Yeah, she's got tanks on it. They're 3D prints, Luke. You can... I think she does them for free. Or donation or something. You just print them out. No postage. Nothing shipped to you. And Byron, you know about it, right? You know she does that. Let me grab her link. This will be a test to see if I can find it. Let's see. Let's see. I should have it somewhere. Chugga chugga chugga. Chugga chugga chugga. Come on, load. Sherman tank clock. A lot of free stuff on here. Let me go back to the chat. Oh, I don't have a printer. Easily understandable steampunk or Victorian sci-fi is great fun. British colonial soldiers, but not quite African jungles and not quite normal animals. Always get me playing. I did not know. Yeah, if I could find the link. I'm going to try and share it here. I don't know where it is. I probably have it in my thing here. I got an easy way to do this. Nerds, you want to do me a favor? Post the link in the chat. Let me make you a mod here on my channel so that you can do so. Okay? If I can get to the chat. Where is my chat on YouTube? Here it is. Let's find Nerd's Nerd. Where is she? There she is. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let's not get too excited here. No, I don't want to put you in timeout. Where did it go? La da 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 da. Add as moderator. There you go. Now you can put a little. You can post links now. I'll keep you as a mod too. It doesn't matter to me. So you can post links. Watch it. Careful, careful. There it is. There we go. There's the link. So Byron, grab that. I'm going to grab it and put it in my damn folder here. Soviet, 20 designs. Germany, 30 designs. USA, only 21? Only 21? Ooh, Italy. Oh, what's that? The Glocka. That's a nice model to include. I like it. That's perfect. What do we got here? Let me go back up here. Got a Hetzer. Panzerjäger. Panzerjäger. King Tiger 2. King Tiger. Big Panzer 4. I used to have those. What's this thing? Somewhere. Panzerjäger. Something. Here's some additional weird stuff. Huh. Yeah, you do have some very useful things here. And of course, these are for 28 mil, so I could scale them down. Let me see, what was I looking at? I want to look at, you have a Stug? Any Stugs? What's this? Ooh, a 222. Let me check this out. What's this? I don't know if she does supports for these. Probably unsupported. I don't think she has a thing for supported. It's kind of sucks because it means I gotta put the supports in, which I have no idea how to do. I have to watch videos on that. Yeah, I'd like. There's the. used to have 222s in my Forsage. Jagdhund? For dust. I don't know what that is. Hunting dog. 222. That. 1947. Interesting. Okay, let me look at some more here. Well, that's... There's a Stug right there. Let me see. For dust. Let's see, how accurate is that thing? Looks pretty freaking accurate to me, except for these attachments up here. Option for the smaller barrel. What does it say here? Pencil, 3 factories with 3 whistles, middle director, field, Stug 3G, 7.5, 40 capable of ambushing and destroying medium armor at range. Stug 42, yeah, that's the other barrel. Instead works as an infantry support gun. Okay, the new 47 ramps up the original abilities with a laser cannon. I like this. So if I get this, I could use this for, you know, if I didn't want to use that freaking laser cannon, I wouldn't print that. But I have everything else is good. It looks great to me. Of course, I'd probably do it for 15 mil as well, so. Or 28. Yeah, actually, I'd use them both. Scale it down. All right, let me go back to the chat. I like it. Okay. Luke's got to head off. All right, Luke, you take care of yourself. Thanks for joining, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me company in the beginning here anyway. It's a lonely place sometimes. Take care, everyone. Don't drink too much paint water. Try not to. I've done that. Do you have 15mm 148 scale E100th B turret? No pre-supports. Since different printers, resins, climates, etc. I uploaded the supports that worked for me and got complaints they failed. Huh. Gotcha. Yep, just a swappable. Yeah, I like that. Definitely. I'm gonna put you in my historicals list for World War II. I forgot you did that. I thought everything was like lasers, but no. So that's definitely usable. And all your stuff is free. Right? You don't charge anything for that? You could, I'm telling you. Free. It's right there. I need some Stugs. Looking at that, you don't need too many supports on that. All the barrels are separate, right? They're probably not laying flat on the bed, so you probably need supports to lift it up at an angle. Chicka, 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 so on. That's not a big deal. You probably don't need any supports for the hull, would you? I mean, if it's flat on the bed, kind of like it's pictured there, I don't think you'd need any real supports on anything, really. It all looks pretty straightforward to me, but what do I know? The barrels are separate anyway. I gotta learn how to do supports. Oh, jeez, my paint dried. Getting all caught up in the 3D printing here. Byron, you got a printer. Have you done any printing yet? Or is it still in the box? It's a game changer, man. I think you'll benefit from it huge. Of course, you're still in the moving stage. You got a lot going on. I don't think you're going to be printing anytime soon. FDM print. Mostly just cut in half. Print flat. Yeah, could do that too. Funny thing is, I haven't used my FDM printer since I first used it, which is well over a year. I've been doing all 3D or resin. I also went back and made separate hulls and tracks for a bunch to make printing easier. Did you? Right. Cool. Since they're free, I'm gonna grab one. I'll look through the whole catalog tonight, maybe, and I'll try it out and let you know how it goes with a resin print. Maybe I'll grab the Stug. Yeah, that's pretty cool you do that. Round of applause for Nerd's Nerd. Good stuff. I'll print one of those and talk about it in the stream here. Give it my critique for what it's worth. Nerd's Nerd knows much more about these tankages than I do, for sure. So what kind of critique I could give, I don't know. But yeah, I do have sources for infantry and some vehicles as well on my mini factory and places like that. Some good stuff too. But a lot of it's infantry, not enough vehicles. So you got some vehicle stuff, which I'm grateful for. Schmuck. Where's the other schmuck? Thought there was another smock here. I guess that isn't a smock. Could be if I wanted. Especially with these pointed shoulders, it could be a smock he's wearing. Hard to tell. 15 mil. Sorry, back. I also have to care for a parent. Mobility issues, not quite mental issues, just average 85-year-old parent. Alright, Luke's back. Are you back for good now, Luke, or? Dust is amazing. Oh, jeez, there we go with another dust fan. Guess that's a good thing. I've never played it, so I have no clue. Seems to have a pretty big following, though. Dust, that is. I guess it's not published anymore. I think we were talking about that before. Something I want to look into deeper when I get to that point. It's going to be this Weird Wars stuff. Because as always, I'm always looking for new ways to use my miniatures, and what better way, right? hopefully, says Luke. Okay. There he is. There's the squirrel. How you doing, squirrel? You're home now, right? I don't have a printer yet. Oh, you don't have one. Didn't want to invest in anything since we're moving. Oh, I thought you had one in a box. Well, all I can say is you in particular would really benefit from it. I'm not sure why, but I kind of know you. So based on that, I think, yeah, it's something Byron would really benefit from. I think. So I saw today Battlefront has a new starter box for Flames of War coming out. What's the name of it, Byron? I can't remember. I showed you the picture. Looks very promising. It's Western Front. Kind of an alternate Hit the Beach starter set, and it looks pretty massive. So I think it's going to be a pricey one. Like Byron said, it probably has to do with the Breakout, Cobra, and all that. Shows some vicious tank fighting. Americans and Germans. So he's probably right. Which again is perfect for me, because that's what I'm doing. Let's see how the price is. printer yet. Do you think the warriors in Valhalla are jealous of warriors in the World War II of Dust World, as it's truly never ending? I think they're too preoccupied dying. I don't know. Maybe. Could be. Could be. Let's bring Jeeves in here for a little bit. Oops, what did I do? Nope, wrong one. Wrong button. Where is Jeeves? There he is. There.
Luke Farrell says, "Sorry, mine just went off on a tangent."
It's okay. It's okay. It's all good, Luke. Got you covered. I do that every once in a while. Take cover when that happens. Somebody gets me fired up about something, and sure enough.
Nerd says, "I think Valhallan warriors would dislike the industrialization of war. There's little room for personal glory when mindless zombie hordes kill in the dark, or VK weapons delete entire city blocks."
Okay, there you go. That makes sense. That makes sense. So there you go, Luke. I think that makes sense.
Luke Farrell says, "Very true nerd, but the boots on the ground are still fighting weapon on weapon and showing zero mercy to the weak and defeated."
There you go. All right. Got a discussion here.
Luke Farrell says, "Showing not chewing."
left here. Took me forever today. Trying to be a little more careful this time. Okay, that looks good. Get his little cap. He's got one of those caps on. I think you got one of those caps, don't you, Byron? You're always wearing that. When you and Rosemary go out, you've already got your German cap with you. You do. You know it. All right. There we go. 6 more. Another base. Oh. Mute Jeeves there for a while. Apache. What am I looking at? It's earlier in this session there. Showing, not showing. The what ifs. Okay, let me put this back in the tub here. Back in the tub because I don't waste my paint. Gotta save every drop. By the way, Luke, Nerds Nerd also does some fantastic painting. Got some pictures on the Discord there. In miniatures, gaming. Scroll way up to see some of the work Nerds has done. Fantastic. With speed paints, almost entirely speed paints, if not entirely speed paints. So, one of my motivators to get into speed painting, which I am, is Nerds Nerd. Pretty cool. Oops. Let me plug my thing in here. Got Jeeves on break. There you go. Still love those dark elves you did. That's got me motivated to do freaking dark elves. Cripes. You guys are always distracting me. Something cool comes around. Yeah, they look spectacular. Dark elves, Dark Eldar, Drakari, whatever you want to call them. Sinister elves. How about that? Sinister. Witch elves. Riding dinosaurs. Skirmish game based on Man in High Castle. It would be great. Yeah, I could see that. That's kind of like what Dust is, right? The best elves. The beast elves. Yeah, they are the best elves. I agree. Savage wood elves are pretty cool, though. I gotta say, I do love my wood elves. What you looking at, Walt? And Raging Heroes make some of the best freaking 3D printable. And non-3D, they sell non-3D prints. Oh, they're some of the best models I've seen for anything. They got a line there for My Sisters of Battle. And they got plenty of elves. Dark and every other variety. Raging Heroes. I mentioned that because, yes, of course, Nerds turned me on to Raging Heroes. So, yeah. More distractions. Always have to be wood elves. Hippies and just want peace. Could be. Tree huggers. I had a nice wood elf army when I was playing Warhammer. I never got a chance to play the damn army. I mean, I had everything. Durthu, the what were they called? The scouts. Scouts? I don't know what they were. I think they were scouts. Sneaking around like ninjas in the forest. All the warrior types. I had the dragon. With somebody riding it. I still have that dragon, actually. I never painted it, but my niece painted it. And I still have it on my shelf. War dancers. I still got a couple of them. Holdouts from the collection. It was good stuff, though. Those were good times, man. I missed them. I never played them. Durthu, the tree man, I had him. They're cool. My friend from school, he played Dark Elves. The Witch Elves and stuff. He changed over to Lizard Men eventually, which was a mistake. I really like the Dark Elves back then. It was perfect for him. I love wood elves. Their pale skin makes the best lampshades. Okay. All right. Lampshades for my dread elves. Want peace until someone harms a rabbit. And that's the end of it. There's hell to pay now. Lampshades. Wow. The gauntlet has been laid. Sounds like some good battles. Let's get some wood elves going against dread elves. See how that goes. Could tell some stories there. That'd be pretty fun, actually. Played something from first edition. Something. Now I just play them in War Master. Of course you do. And a style of them in Dragon Rampant. I assume you're talking about wood elves? I don't know what that stands for. Urimum? From first edition. Maybe they were called that first edition. First edition, we're going back. Never had first, never had second. Had third. Played every edition up through sixth. Skipped 7 for some reason. I was out of the hobby. And played a little bit of 8th. Never played the old world. Although I'll probably get to it eventually. Which is the current one. Loving animals is the one thing wood and dread elves have in common. Wood elves have pet rabbits and deers. Plural. Dread elves have pet krakens, hydras, and dragons. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Take your pick. Take your pick. Played them from first edition Warhammer. Yes, what else? I'm old and started playing in 86. Yeah. What was the game like back in first edition? I think I've seen a video on it once. Maybe a year ago. Wasn't it a box set? I think it was more like a role-playing game. Heavy use of characters and stats. Like 3rd edition did. Really. And even 4th edition had a lot of character stuff. That's from the influence of role-playing games, for sure. They don't do that anymore. You had like 4 levels of spellcaster character, 4 levels of champions. They could be lords and so on and so forth, or a champion, unit champion. They were levels of the same character with little stat increases, which was always cool. I like that. The one thing about the older editions that was really awesome, and I'm thinking 40k because it's kind of along the same line, is the list building. Way better than it is, especially with 10th edition 40k. Oh man, there's hardly any fun list building at all. Everything's pretty much fixed. But back in the day, man, like 2nd edition 40k, and again, this is like Warhammer, same kind of thing. I imagine old world, the current Warhammer's kind of samey. Not as fun with the army list building. I could be wrong. But that was one of the fun parts of the game, building your army lists and just putting together all these cool combinations of things. So much variety back then. That was fun. 4th and 5th edition Warhammer. All these big decks of magic items, or 40k with the war gear cards. A lot of stuff you can do. So that your armies were never the same. It's not like that anymore. You don't see that a lot, even in other games, like even one-page rules. It's kind of doesn't have that variety. I mean, come on, that was a lot of fun. In some cases, a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun. And if you just wanted to have fun and play a narrative story, you don't have to worry about what you're taking. Complicated, very much based on traditional war games. You could change formation on command rolls, etc. Yeah, that sounds fun, actually. There's something to be said about the old rules, honestly. I think that's one of the things that makes them... see a lot of people going back to the old nostalgic games these days. Games tended to be more complicated, maybe, if you want to use that word. More deeper than they are in this day and age, where everything is fast play and streamlined. Play a giant battle in 1 hour. I mean, come on. It was never like that back in the day. It'd take a weekend to fight a massive battle. And it was fun. People had a blast doing that. I'm missing that, and I think a lot of people today are finding that to be attractive again. Especially the folks who are nostalgic and remember that stuff, and they're going back to it. But that said, there's something to be said about the fast play games too. That's my opinion, of course. What do I know? The best games, of course, will be the ones that are balanced between the two. Right? Perfect game is 4 hours. Multi-day battles are awesome ideas, but I got a day job. That's true. So, yeah, there's a place for it. For sure. I think when I was playing back in the 90s, early 2000s, which is when I played most of my games, playing Warhammer and 40K, our games, and I played at a club, and I played at my house with a whole bunch of friends, regular, like every weekend. I think our games would last like about 4 hours, 6, for long ones, and that's 40K 3rd edition and Warhammer 5th edition. Played a lot of that. And that was a typical game length. Usually 3-4 hours. Maybe 6 if it was a big one. So that didn't take really long time. And again, this is back in the 90s. And when that was over, we'd play again. We made these into weekend affairs. People would sleep over my house. So it was no big deal. We planned ahead this stuff. I was lucky, says Luke. A friend's dad owned a small factory, so we could go up on a Friday night, set up a battle, and a huge table, and just play all weekend. On a Sunday, 8 players on a big workbench. Was that Warhammer? That was when I was at school. We'd just sleep at the factory, or not sleep. Yeah, hardcore, right? Did that all the time, man. I remember it was me, my friend Sean, and Jesse. We played Warhammer Quest. It must have been... We just played them one after the other. It was like all of Friday night into... No, it was all of Saturday and Saturday night into Sunday morning. We just kept playing over and over and over again. Jesse got sick. He got physically ill and started throwing up. Because we were going on just, soda and junk food for a day and a half straight of playing Warhammer Quest. Because it was so freaking fun. And we got into it, man. We got into that game. Which, if you don't know, is a miniatures-based dungeon crawler, where it's a campaign and your characters get more powerful and all that stuff. So that was pretty heavy, that one. We all just went to bed, and not even. I think he went home on Sunday morning, and Jesse slept in. But it's so worth it. If you can do it. Kind of like a role-playing session. Think about it. Old-style Warhammer fantasy. Each month, every army would have a surprise new unit. But all that said, it's kind of nice to be able to pull out a game. It's easy to teach because it's, I don't want to use the word simple, but we'll say eloquent. It's an eloquent game that's easy to teach. You can play it in just an hour or less, or maybe a little longer if you want to get a little deeper, have bigger armies. It's so convenient to do that. And even more so, like skirmish games, where you got small footprint on your tabletop, quick to set up and put away. That's all important, right? It's nice. It means you can play more games. Right? If you got the time. So it's nice to have that option. Back in the day, you didn't have that option. Everything was meant to be big. And complicated. Even the so-called fast play games back then were just math books. the rules. I can remember one set of rules that was touted as fast play. I'm trying to think what it was. And it was anything but fast play. Newberry Rules, I think it was. Was it Newberry Rules? The rival of Wargame Research Group. Back in the day, we're talking 80s and Newberry. They don't make rules no more. Historical stuff. I think it was Newberry, or was it another one? What else am I thinking of? But anyway, they weren't fast play back then, by today's standard. By any standard, I don't see how they were fast play. I think it was just a gimmick. Thank you all. Happy birthday, Cat. Have a great day. Yeah, that's good for her. Then her mom came up. Anyway. At least that's my experience. Good times, good times. I miss it. There's a guy with a smackaroni. Alright, I think these guys are ready for another coat of something. Let's use some camo beige. Beige brown, what is it called? Tan earth? No. No. Where are you? I think I see you. Is this it? Yes. German beige. German something beige. German camo beige? Camo beige. German camo beige. I don't know. It's number 821 from the Vallejo model color range. This is the base color for Heer camo pattern type clothing. Not your SS stuff. At least this is what I use. Yeah. Kill Team or Guild Team, if it's an all-female player base. Warcry, then historical, like Lion Rampant or Rebels and Patriots, are popular due to quick play, low entry cost. Yeah, that's another thing about it, is that it's easy to introduce people to the hobby through games like that, right? Like the Osprey Blue Book series that you mentioned there. Those are great games to introduce people into the game, into the hobby. And then, you know, gradually get into more serious or tooth-grinding level games, right? Ones that got a little bit more to them for us veteran players. So again, it's good that we have that stuff. And for some people, that's all they need. That's enough. I always thought the Osprey Blue Book series were good introductions. Warcry was a great GW game. I don't know if they're still going to keep that going or not. Fantastic Games Workshop game. I was very tempted to get into it. Probably one of their best games. Kill Team is pretty rules dense. This current edition, very rules dense. In my opinion, probably more so than 40K currently in its 10th edition. In fact, it definitely is. So I don't know how much of a good intro game it is, outside of the fact that you only did a handful of models. Of course, I think GW sees Kill Team as a game in its own right, not just a intro to 40K. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be pushing it. They're getting something out of it. again, that's my opinion. Grain of salt, folks. Why do I always take too much paint? Always. Has anyone here not played a Games Workshop game? Just never? I mean, more than just maybe a demo game. Have we all played and gotten into a GW game at one point or another? I think Kill Team, Warcry, etc. are brilliant in letting the players one squad and then playing one squad and then play a game. Paint one squad and then play a game. Make a couple more war bands, etc. And you're well on your way to play a full-scale Warhammer game. True. That's very true. I agree. I played 40k 8th edition. Left in 9th. That's about it with GW. Luke, is that possible? I don't know if that's possible. I was thinking about Nerds, if she did or not. I wasn't sure if she did, but she just answered that. I know you did. Byron, yeah, he played, I think he played. Yeah, he played 40k. I don't think he played Fantasy, though, or anything else, just 40k. I don't know, he'd have to answer that. Anybody else, I don't know. Eighth edition, 9th edition, and then left. I liked 9th edition when I got into it. Then it became, when I realized how much complicated the game becomes once you add the codices to your games, which you kind of have to. Forget it. That just game died with me. Way too complicated. 8th edition. I also have. I read it, never played it. That edition is an odd one because that's where everything changed from the core 3rd edition system. That was when they introduced Primaris. That's where they introduced this guy's. Well, they changed the rules essentially. And it wasn't everybody's cup of tea. If you really want to play 40k and feel what it's like to play a grimdark game, you've got to go back before 8th edition. You have to give it a try. You have to try playing any of the 3rd, even 2nd edition. But that gets pretty wacky, that game. I highly recommend any of the 3rd edition, 4th edition, 5th edition games. That's when 40k really took off. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's the way to go, I think. After 5th, things got complicated and unplayable and silly. Eighth edition changed it, so 8th, 9th, and 10th are pretty much the same game. But before those editions, it was different. It's a different game. If you ever played any of those early editions, you know what I mean. 10th edition. They made 10th edition way more playable than 9th and 8th. Some would say it's too simple. But yeah, I would recommend 10th edition if you want to get into 40k for the first time. It's actually really easy to get into, the way they got it set up. But if you really want to play 40k and know what it's all about for real, you got to play the old ones. The old versions, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are the best ones, I think. Telling you, it's worth it. Painting a smock here. That's my opinion, of course. Grain of salt. 40k is way too gamey for me, says Nerd's Nerd. Like the entire rule set was made for metalist metagaming at a tournament, and I much prefer narrative cinematic games instead. I totally agree with that. Squirrel Hermit says, I don't think I've played a GW game. That's right. That's right, you didn't. Luke says, I've still got original cardboard first edition and Blood Bowl and Chainsaw Warrior. I don't remember Chainsaw Warrior. Boy, that's going back. Got me beat on that one. Mr. Westphalia. You doing, my friend? I've never played GW. Zero interest. Period. That's the end of that topic. Now, says Squirrels, I'm thinking. I used to play Zweihander. Technically not a GW game, and yet still is, from what I understand. Yeah, it draws from the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay. It's based on it. That's where it's coming from. So yeah, it's got a heritage there. Based on the GW first edition. Warhammer Fantasy roleplay. Way too gamey. Yes, 40k can be very, very gamey because that's what GW wants to promote. Because that's where the money lies. For sure. But they do provide the option, alternate ways to play the game. One is tournament based, or what's known as matched play. The other way to play, and they have sections written out on this. They tell you, if you want to play matched play, here's what you got to do. And this is what most people are familiar with. And it's what GW really makes their money from. The matched play gamers, right? But there's other ways to play. And they're in the rule books. It tells you how to do this. The other way to play is narrative-based. Currently, it's what is referred to as Crusade. You get the Crusade rules, and it's free. It's on their website. And yeah, come to think of it, it's not even in the 10th edition rule book. You don't get the Crusade rules. They're free, downloadable on their website instead. And it tells you how to play a campaign game that's narrative driven and has all the cool stuff like, oh, my warrior just decapitated this enemy warlord and he's gained some renown now and he gains a new ability and maybe he picks up a new piece of war gear that he ripped from the body of the orc. Whatever. That kind of gameplay. And you just continue playing these narrative driven battles with little regard to really points and lists, although they factor into your games, of course, because it's a way of, giving you a way to structure your armies to begin with and to show how you get better over time. So it does have that, and that by far is my favorite way to play. They have a third way to play currently in 10th edition. It was also introduced in 9th edition, and it's called, and again, there's rules for this in the rule book, this is in the 10th edition rulebook. It's called... what is it called? Combat Patrol. Combat Patrol is the third way to play. And that's simply a very eloquent way of getting started in the 40K hobby. And some argue that it's the route GW is going to be taking with the 11th edition. It's where you just buy a box called a Combat Patrol for whatever army, and every army has multiple Combat Patrol boxes that you can buy. All you need is that box and the figures that are in that box to get started playing 40K for real. And in that box is not just figures, but is also the rules for your army. And what I mean by that is you get the stats, you get the war gear that they might have, and you get the stratagems that they can choose and use in the upcoming battles that they will be playing. And there's a whole list of different scenarios that you can play with your Combat Patrol. Very limited option choices exist in your Combat Patrol. Sometimes you could swap out a unit for an optional unit. Sometimes you'll have a choice between certain war gear you might equip your warlord with. Most of the time, there's no options. I think there's at least one option somewhere. But the point is, these boxes are balanced, so they say, to play against other Combat Patrol box sets. How cool is that? It's kind of what Mantic Games is currently doing with their new game called Champions. Same principle involved here. And it's called Combat Patrol. It has a whole slew of scenarios you can play, and objectives and secondary objectives. So that's a third way you can play 40K. So, yeah, it's not just one way to play 40K, and that's being matched play. There's a lot of different ways to play it. And right now, currently, I'm playing Combat Patrol and having a blast with my 9-year-old nephew. Ideally, I'd like to be, as I build up my collections again, I want to play the narrative play, the Crusade level play. Not really interested in the matched play because it's too serious, too much involved with that. Don't need to play that, but I probably could. So yeah, that's how that works currently. So there you go. That's my rundown. And to be fair, I'm not a big fan of Games Workshop, the company, and we all know why, But I don't want to put down their games. It's easy to write them off as being too competitive or based on matched play and points and gamey, which they can be. But it's really not fair to them because they do offer these other alternate ways to play, which are fully written up and people play them. It's a favorite way to play. GW just likes to push the point system and matched play because it's where the money's at. They want competitions, they want tournaments, they want people being up on the meta. They want that. And yeah, that's the way that is. But and with this day and age where you can 3D print, which is what I do, I'm not really buying all of GW's official miniatures to play my games. I could 3D print proxies easy, and there's a lot of great stuff that's even better, in my opinion, than what GW is producing. So I can play narrative type games, Combat Patrol type games, with models that I'm 3D printing, and really the only money I'm giving GW is probably just for maybe a box of minis here and there, or a starter set maybe, or at the minimum, the rule book. Mind you, 10th edition is free. You can download it for free on GW's website. You can also download all the rules and all the lists for all the combat patrols currently available, as well as the Crusade rules. They're all free. You don't have to invest anything. So there is that. That was a big selling point for me. So I'm not really investing a whole lot to play GW's current game. You know, it's pretty good. Win-win for me. And I'm having a blast. Anyway, that's enough about that. That's just my way of thinking. Luke says, I have a fear with GW as a company. Yep. Will realize their IP is more valuable than their games. Amazon series, only official fiction on YouTube, the PC games, the lore. That's why, you know what I've always telling people, the heck with all this current stuff. If you really enjoy 40K, you need to go back to the older editions where that was the grimdark world that we all know and love. It's not as grim and it's not as dark as it used to be, trust me. Both rules-wise and lore-wise. It really isn't. You have to go back. And the thing is, this whole concept of old hammer is a big deal. There was a huge community built around playing the original games. And there's a reason for that. You don't have to be a fan of Games Workshop to play Warhammer 40K. That's the thing. Some of their games you can get for free. The older stuff. Anyway, I'm going on and on about this. I don't want to go on and on. Squirrel says, thinly sliced roast beef. Garlic toast. And provolone cheese. Wow, that sounds good. You're home, Squirrel, right? What are you, sitting on the porch getting ready for some dinner tonight? It's 5:56. It's almost 6 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Anyway, I ranted there. Sorry about that. I will say no more. Again, that's just my freaking opinion. And I don't know much. Blah, blah, da, 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 da. And one-page rules make some great games too that are based on older versions of Warhammer 40K and Warhammer. So they're a good alternate too. You can still use your GW models with them or whatever. So we've got plenty of options. Hi, Zadarak. Got Zaddy arriving. How you doing, Zaddy? Sounds like you're cooking up a good meal there. Home until I head back out on Monday, says the squirrelage. I got the weekend. That's nice. That's nice. That's good to hear. I will say that one of the reasons I'm playing 40K is I have a lot of nostalgia for it. Because I grew up playing it and I had so many good memories of it. I know a lot of people would say, oh, I had nothing but terrible experience. It was horrible. It was terrible. You know, there's a lot of that. But for me, I only had some good experiences. A lot of them. So I still play it because of that. So does Jesse. Probably because we didn't really get serious into it. We played it like a narrative game, and we played campaigns. I can remember some more competitive games that were played. Not involving me, because I didn't play that way, but Jesse for sure. And, damn. Not my way to play. Yeah, guy's smock looks pretty good. Absolutely too hot to be outside. Really? What's the temp out there? It's only... actually got warmer. It's 78 here. Mostly cloudy. Absolutely too hot to be outside. You people that love the heat. Yuck. Oh, I love the heat. I love to bake. I love it when the sweat is just dripping off my forehead. In fact, it's the ideal time to go out and work. And I love it. Maybe even just vacuum the floor. The sweat beads get forming. Yeah. I say that because that happened the other day. I almost died, but I loved it. You will never hear me complain about hot weather. I might say, boy, it's rough. It's a tough one. But you know what? I love it. I'll never say I don't. Take that over these winters. You guys can have your snow and your snowmen and slush. Yuck. That's yuck to me. Going to Arizona, damn it. Old Hammer. Blood Bowl, Necromunda, all were kept alive by the community, says Luke, and brought back. War Master is still very popular. They've got a new version of that. Not a new version, but there's a, what is it called? War Master Renaissance, I think it's called. It's literally called that. There's a redo of the rulebook or something called Warhammer Renaissance. I think that's what it is. Where they've kind of modernized it and updated it a little bit or something. Anyway, War Master is still very popular. So yeah, play a game you like. Who cares if it's 4 editions out of date? It's okay. None of those games were broken. The only reason they stopped making it and made a new edition was to make money. Because people will buy it. And I get it. But man, you go back to like 5th edition 40K. There's all the lists that you need. Some of them are 3rd that you can port over. And the rules, they're all there. It's not broke. It's a great game. Play to your heart's content. In fact, it becomes your game at that stage, right? Then you can start changing things if you want. Because it's yours. I like that idea. Necrons in 40K. And then just got a Dark Angels army for the... Necrons in 40K. And then just got a Dark Angel army for the last edition before Primaris were introduced. I got those guys. I got the 7th edition, 8th edition, 9th edition starter sets. The 7th edition featured the Dark Angels and Chaos. That was the last edition before the Primaris. And yeah, it featured Dark Angels. 8th edition was Ultramarines. And that's where they introduced Primaris. Am I right with that? I think so. And they were going against the starter box, had them going against the Plague Marines? Yeah, 8th edition. Yeah, it was Plague Marines against Ultramarines. That's where they introduced Primaris. That was 8th edition. 9th edition was Necrons and Ultramarines. 10th edition, I don't know what it was because I didn't get that one. "88 degrees. Wow, you're 10 degrees. You're 10 degrees hotter. Wow. You just across the way there. Ultimately, we're all playing games we have fun with. Everybody's tastes are different. Nothing wrong with that. I'd gladly sit in and play some Battletech if somebody wanted to run it. I'd played it before. Not a big fan of it, but I'd play. I think we're all that way, right? If we were all in a game club right now, you know, we're coming in, see what's going on. And I had set up a 40k 10th edition game. All the miniatures, all the terrain, a couple rule books, mini rule books to play so you can look at, all the player sheets. If I was set up at the center table over there, would you guys play? I said, "Oh, Luke, come on, man, we're going to have a game. Multiplayer. Nerd's nerd. Come on, sit in. It's going to be awesome. You can have control of this wing or this squad." Zadarock, sit down. I know you brought cookies, but come on. You and Squirrel, sit over there. You're going to take command and do some die rolling. That's what you're going to do. You'd play, right? You'd play, and you'd probably have a good time. At least in my game, for sure. You'd have a great time. Would it change your opinion about the game? Maybe. Probably not. But you'd play, and you'd have a good time. That's what these games are all about, right? Would anyone sit here and say, "Oh, I can't be bothered by such nonsense. That's make-believe. I can't play 40k. It's terrible. Terrible, I say." Who's going to actually say that? Humph. Not for me. Way too hot for a Brit like me, says Luke. Yeah, you'd melt. Like an ice cube on a sidewalk. Nothing but a puddle. Where'd he go? Where's Luke? He's gone. He's that puddle down there. Oh, poor guy. We've had a week of baking heat. Now it's lovely rain. Hell yeah! There he is. Luke's right in there. Got his own dice bag ready to go. Big dice tub of 6-siders. Rock and roll. What's on that guy's head? Oh. Got his Fritz helmet. That's what it is. With goggles on the front top of it. That's what it is. He's got goggles. All right. It probably would change my mind. It probably would change my mind as I'd enjoy the night gaming it. Would it make me spend the money and the time to build a 2,000 point army? Nope, not a chance. Yeah, like I said, like I get that with something like BattleTech. I probably would be the same thing for me. I'd sit and I'd play the hell out of that with you. And I'd take the time to learn my mechs and the rules as I go. I'd have a good time. I'd give you a good time too playing it. But I probably wouldn't be interested at all collecting an army or buying some, even if it's cheap to do so and paint them. I wouldn't do that. Unless it became a regular thing. Then maybe I might do a couple mechs or something. So it's the same kind of thing. Squirrel Hermit, he could say the same thing. He's not a big war gamer, but he's just playing around. He loves 15mm miniatures, paints them up like crazy, likes to use them in role-playing and diorama displays, particularly with role-playing. But he loves painting. And he just got introduced to a game called Baron's War 2nd Edition. And he's been painting up hundreds of these guys. Well, we'll say dozens. He's got 100 plus on them so far for 2 armies to play Baron's War in 15mm. And he's got the rule book. He's all excited. Got terrain. He's going to be setting up some battles and kind of linking it with his role-playing campaign because he's less of interested in the historical side of it all, which is fair. But that's his first real war game that he's getting into. And I'm sure he'd sit down and play a war game with us. Regardless. And I'd sit down and play some Baron's War. And have a good ass time. Doesn't mean I'm going to go out and build a Baron's War army. Baron's War is excellent, says Luke. Did you hear that, Squirrel? He says it's excellent. Great piece of our history, i.e. Britain. Simon de Montfort. Richard. Longshanks. Henry III, his father. I think it was Henry III. King Henry. Good stuff. But, Civil War, basically. But, he's doing kind of his own thing. But don't you think he wouldn't sit there and play some French and Indian War, or some historical stuff, or command a brigade in some Napoleonic battle? He'd do it. I think we all would, right? Who's going to turn down a good time? Especially if I'm the host, right? I think it really does matter who's actually hosting the frickin' game. It's some boring guy who just plays tournaments and competitions. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's kind of an important part. La da. Anklets. Oh, I didn't see Big Small today. Or tonight. So that's my thoughts on GW's games, I guess. Warhammer. Everybody's got an opinion on that stuff. Oops. Why am I getting clumsy here? Okay. Two hours and 51 minutes. Excuse me. I think I only streamed for 2 hours yesterday. Let's see. I'm going to save some of this. Any board gamers out there? Am I the only board gamer? And I mean Hex Encounter board games. Not necessarily board games with miniatures. Like GMT or old school Avalon Hill or whatever. Games like that. I think we'd all enjoy any game in any period if it was played with friends and just having a laugh. Yeah, casual gaming is always in, right? I consider myself a casual gamer in general, but particularly casual with 40K and fantasy games. Well, there's Marsh here. How you doing, my friend? Been a while. Hex Encounters. Hex board games that I'm talking about, they're probably... My favorite part of this hobby is miniatures gaming, wargaming. That's probably my favorite thing. Board games is my number 2 favorite part of this hobby. Number 3, and this is all closely packed together. Number 3, of course, would be role-playing games. Particularly role-playing games that mix the other 2 games in. So you got some miniatures and some hex crawl. I like that. That's my jam, because it mixes it all together. But yeah, board game, and I love board games. I have not played a board game in, it's got to be a few years now. It's got to be. I got a place. I got it all set up in there. I've got what do I have out ready to get into? That English Civil War GMT game, Volume 1. I can't think of the name of it. Musket and Pike? Something. I think that's what it's called. Gee, I don't remember. Jeff, of course I know you're a board gaming madman. I like board games, says Luke. I play Hex Encounter. March. Board games are great, says Jeff Vesovich, who's doing his own design. Luke says, really enjoyed the Coin series as it's perfect to solo. There you go. Never tried the Coin series myself. Jeff says, well, war games are great in general. Musket and Pike, that's it. Musket and Pike. I've got that set up. I've been talking about playing that since I got it, since it came out. And I've gone through the rules twice, and then I end up getting distracted and doing something else, and so I don't do it. So third time's a charm with me. But it is set up on my little table in there. I hope to get into this stuff again, the board games, and start videoing them. It's one of my favorite types of video to make, is those freaking replays that I do. Great Battles of the American Civil War, probably my favorite series from GMT, hands down. By Swords and Bayonets. That expansion, we'll call it. Is that a new volume, or is that just an expansion to something already? I think that's a new volume. That's a great intro to the game. Jeff says that too. Unhappy King Charles is great for English Civil War. I've seen that. For whatever reason, I never looked into it. I don't know why. GMT's got a lot of good games. A lot of them are out of print, but they got stuff, man. Just great stuff. I love GMT. I'm a GMT fan. Besides GMT, who's your favorite company? I can think of a couple other ones that I'm really fond of. Standalone, new volume, standalone. Oh, is it standalone, new volume? I'll have to pick it up. I think I can get it on Amazon for 60 something. I was on the P500, but for whatever reason I didn't get it. Well, for whatever reason, I probably couldn't afford it. Multi-Man Publishing. Yeah, they're a good one. They got some good stuff. Great campaigns in the American Civil War. I have one of those volumes. Of course, ASL, which I have. Those are my main interests over there. There's another company. Kurt Schilling isn't my favorite. Okay. There's another company. They make the old school World War II thing. What is the name of that company? It's on YouTube. It's the guy's wife is doing the YouTube for him. She's great to watch. She does a great job. She actually designed one of the games, Relic or whatever, Relic Wars or whatever it's called. That's a good company. I'm liking some of the stuff they're coming out with, particularly the American Civil War. They have that one series which looks fantastic. The Gamers and Clash of Arms. Boy, that's old school. Those are old school companies. Clash of Arms and the Gamers. BMG? BMG? Bill Malalu produces really quick but fun tactical games. Never heard of them. BMG. I think it's Flying Pig Games or something. Is it Flying Pig? I don't know what it is. The one I was just talking about. You guys know who I'm talking about, right? You've heard of them. Something Pig. SPI for old school. Naturally, Glory and Empire, of course. Isn't that the guys that make oh jeez, why can I not think of the names of these things? I'm looking right at it. I can't read it. Oh. Something tactical. Flying Pig. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. I'm turning on the Flying Pig games, man. I might pick up some stuff from them. Another one for Napoleonic stuff is the what is it called? I can't think of the guy's name either. The Library of Napoleonic Battles. That guy. Jeff, you know what I'm talking about, right? All the boxed games are like linked to the same system and they're all battles, and he's got this unique order of battle thing based on year and region. Was it OCG or I can't think of the name of the company he runs. Zucker. Yeah, him. Kevin Zucker? Is that it? I think it is. My mind is drained right now. OSG. Yeah. They're another company I really like. He does some good stuff. The maps look outstanding. If you're into Napoleonic stuff, like I am. Them and Flying Pig. Well, especially Flying Pig. They're the newer one that stands out for me a lot, that I'd be interested in. Research is good, but the underlying game system is silly. Oh, Jeff, that's terrible. What a terrible thing to say, Jeff. Terrible. Ouch, that hurts. I like it, though. I like it. But you got to listen to Jeff. He's a designer. He's Napoleonic aficionado, so he knows what he's talking about. Yeah. Yeah. I love the maps. plenty of my money. Well, I think the thing about that system is that it's simple. Simple systems almost always get made fun of for one reason or another because they're not, especially with Napoleonics. I mean, it's overall a simple system. It's not going to be perfect or fit everyone's or include everyone's things they think need to be included. That's true with any set of rules. It's always going to leave something out, the simpler it gets. Chickamauga. Yeah, you haven't got it yet? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jeff's gonna be... We all better take cover. That's all I'm gonna say. He hasn't got his copy of Chickamauga yet. Yeah, I'm a big fan of board games. I haven't done it in a while. I'm kind of chomping at the bit. I've been chomping at the bit for a while. I keep getting sidetracked, but eventually I hope to. Hopefully for the end of this year, I'm going to get to something and add it to my Dash of Alon channel, probably. Right now I'm just getting all my painting out of the way. I've been itching to get back to painting my own stuff for years now, and I'm finally doing it. I'm finally getting armies again. So it feels pretty good. So I'm kind of distracted from board games and even role-playing to an extent. So I'm just trying to get that little comfort zone going here so I can do other things again. That's where I'm at, up here. Climbing the walls. I always enjoy Command and Colors for a fun game of Napoleonics. Napoleonics? See, there's an example of a simple system. That's a system that drives me crazy. Not a fan. But I can see how fun it is, and I would definitely play the hell out of it with anybody. Great game. I remember Ian was a big fan of it. He bought all the stuff, all the sets for it. He loved it. He was more into the simpler games, fast-moving type of thing. He always wanted to make it into a miniatures game, which I think people do with that system. And yeah, that's great fun. Nothing wrong with that, right? What's your thoughts, Jeff, on Command and Colors Napoleonics? I'm gonna wager you probably, like me, you probably think it's a pretty fun game. I'd sit and play it, but it's not for me. Way too simple. Way too abstract or whatever. Richard Borg, not Richard Berg, is here in Orlando. Is he? Don't buy Mr. President for a quick board game, then. You will scream. Oh, Mr. President, huh? All right. Cross that one off the list. That's a political game, right? I know they got a lot of games that aren't war-based at all. Exploring space, which looks pretty interesting. Racing games, I think they got some formula games. Now that looks interesting. I haven't done a game like that since Regatta. Anybody remember the game Regatta with little sailing boats doing races? Regatta? I played that a long time ago. It's a great game system. But then I love Saga. Like 4 war bands. Okay, all right. I guess that doesn't really surprise me. Or actually does. It's a Napoleonic game. You're into Napoleonics pretty hot and heavy. You know it. You know it. Yet you go for the simple game. Simple game. With the cards and the alleyways that you deploy on. The Stratego style play. All right. All right. Okay. That's funny. Mr. President is on Steam now. That may be the way to go. That's right. You play it online. I know some of the games that... what the heck is the name of that company? I gotta go look at the game. Hold on. Lock and load. All right. Lock and Load Publishing. Lock and Load Game System. That's the company I'm talking about. They have some of their Lock and Load games up on Steam too. You can play them. They're really cheap. Simple little games, but they're the actual board games you can play. Dun, dun, with sound effects and machine guns going off, people screaming, "Ah, got me!" Yeah, you can play them on Steam. Pretty cool. If you don't know about that, Lock and Load has some of their games up on Steam. I think the Vietnam one. It's World War II ones. Stuk. Let me make sure I've got Nerds thing here saved. I don't think I did. Where is it? Did I just close it? Son of a... Are you kidding me? Did I just close it? I did. I don't think I saved it. Let me go up here, see if I could find it again. Damn it. Is that it? Hold on. Hold on. Gotta look for a link that was posted here. I don't want to lose. Where is it? Is that it? There it is. Got it. Yes. Let me save this. I didn't save it before. Let's put that in my 3D. Done. Now we can close the page. Besides board games and miniatures games, is there anybody else who also plays, in addition to those two, role-playing games? Is there anyone like me, and I know there is, that plays, you know, is really involved in the hobby, the gaming hobby, as much as I am, and does this, and maybe a little of that with the computer stuff, too? I'm curious if anyone also does the role-playing on at least a semi-regular basis. Because not everybody does. Nope. It always makes me curious. Reminds me how weird I am sometimes. I like painting medievals. Says Jeff. I played Mr. President. It's huge. It's huge and in-depth. You get overwhelmed by options. It's your choice of who you are. Commanded colors have got Battle of Hoth, or Hoth, as the new part with miniatures, not blocks. Oh, that sounds pretty. You mean the Star Wars version? Star Wars. Haven't role played in a group for years. Do I got into solo? I played D&D in the 70s and early 80s, but not since. 4 Against Darkness is fun for solo RPG. I think a lot of us got started with role playing. A lot of folks got started with RPGs, right? And a lot of those same people, for whatever reason, move on from it. They don't go back to it. They find their hobby in miniatures or board games. That seems to be the root of a lot of people. Oh, I played D&D when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. Not to say that it's a teenager's game, but that's when they encountered it. For a lot of us, I was a teenager. But I never excluded the other parts of the hobby. I got involved with all of it, actually, at the same time. I never really got into this first and went on with that for years and then got introduced to this. I was introduced to all of it very early, relatively the same time. Many Colors does Star Wars. Oh, jeez. 4 Against Darkness, I know about that. I used to play RPGs. Yeah. Yeah, again, that's a lot of people. Fighting fantasy books, then D&D, then just carried on. Well, for the most part, role-playing games are a social experience. They were in the very beginning anyway, for the most part. Yeah, they had those books, Lone Wolf series and the Choose Your Own Adventure and so on and so forth. Nowadays, there's solo RPGs exclusively. But back then, it was a social thing, really, right? If you didn't have friends, which is 90% of people that bought the books, you never really played, you just collected. But for the other percentage, yeah, you played with your other friends who didn't know what the hell they were doing. And that was your hobby. It's no wonder it never took off. Man, not a good start. Good point, Jeff. Good point. Like once you played it and did it, you know, you were a teenager, college, whatever, army, you played it, and once that ends and you move on, get married, whatever, you start getting back into miniatures or other aspects of the hobby. When you look at role playing, when you look back at it, what keeps you from picking up those books? Because some people do pick up the books and continue on, but a lot of others don't. They move on. There's something about that, oh, I gotta know people, gotta have friends, or I gotta go to a place where they play this regular. It's just like, it's just books, you know. Maybe it doesn't seem as attractive or even doable anymore. Toying with creating a solo mashup based on 5 Leagues from the Borderlands. Ooh, that would be good. 5 Leagues from the Borderlands. Great solo fantasy stuff, I'm telling you. Now, the thought of spending the day with a bunch of crabby old geezers isn't so attractive. Yeah, there is that. We don't know a lot of people as we get older. We all know that. Your friends get shortened. You get older. People die, for crying out loud. I mean, who are you going to play with? Unless you actively searched for a club or a store or were willing to play online, what would you do? Luke could say, oh, you could play 4 Against Darkness. You can play solo RPGs, which is true, you can. We'd play D&D at school, but also Blood Bowl and Space Hulk after school. Hey, you're pretty active over there in the UK then with the games. Do you have a club? Was there clubs where you were growing up? Or just school? I'm sure I'll get back into D&D when they shuffle me into the assistant game. Maybe that's what it's going to take. Where's my polyhedral dice? Get them for me. I know they're here somewhere. Time to roll up a character. I'm gonna be a witch doctor this time. See, I've been in it since the beginning. I never got out of any aspect of this hobby. I would focus on one over the other at times. I've definitely done that, but it's all there. So I'm unique, I guess, in that respect. Not alone, but definitely it's different. A lot of people just get introduced to something like RPGs and then they find miniatures gaming or board games, and it's like, oh, screw that. I can do this. I could do this solo. German. Camo dark green. You darn kids. Get the heck off of my dungeon. Get out of my dungeon. Whippersnappers. Now, I gotta say, but I love RPGs, and it's mainly because of the social interaction between people making stuff up and making believe. It's just grand. I love it. If you get in with the right bunch of folks, like family or really close friends, oh, it's such an experience. And again, I've created some memories that will be with me for the rest of my life. You know? Things that could never happen in the real world. But these fantastical things that in my mind are as real as a backyard picnic with the family. You know? Delving deep into the underrealm. Fighting whatever, you know? Some funny stuff happened. It's just great. I love it. And that's the big draw for me at this stage in my life. I just love the social interaction. And yes, you can play solo, and that's a whole different ball game with its own rewards. But yeah, I've been blessed with a lot of great people that have come into my life through the hobby of RPGs, and we've got a really good vibe at this digital table of ours. So that's really cool about it. And one of the reasons I still play it to this day, both digitally and at home with my nephews. Even when I'd feel I'd dropped off gaming, I look back and I still read the books, played console RPGs and battle games, so I just replaced it slightly. There you go. I'm going to get a PS5, by the way, so I could play COD. I'm sick of computer gaming. I'm going back to the consoles. I'm tired of it. Right group is key. It's everything, man. It's everything. That said, I haven't played with my group, my Sunday group as I refer to them, in probably 5 months. Less than that, maybe 3 months. Rachel was running some games for us. She's fun. I haven't talked to her in a while. I'm going to have to send her a message. See what's going on. Has anyone ever been to a convention? If you like RPGs, get Fallout 4. Yeah? Pretty good? Digital RPG? Few in England. Currently, I'm looking at going to GaryCon. Not this year. Maybe next year. Meet up with the Squirrel Hermit, some other folks. Meet some celebs. Play some games that I probably wouldn't normally play, like Aces and Eights, or even Hackmaster, possibly. I want to get back to going to Historicon, Fall In, which are the big East Coast conventions here in the United States for historical miniatures gaming primarily. Cold Wars, Fall In, and Historicon. They happen every 4 months, basically. Not far from me. Probably about 2 to 3 hours from me. Lancaster, PA. Battlefield of Gettysburg, close at hand. And all the Dutch people. The Amish. Including Dutch Wonderland. Yeah, I've been out of the hobby for quite a while. I've been struggling to get back into it full on like I used to be for a long time. Eventually I'm going to get back to the convention stuff. I want to play in some tournaments. Some Ancients tournaments. Maybe some Flames of War tournaments. I like tournaments. Tournaments are fun and the right bunch of people and the right atmosphere. I like tournaments. And straight up games too. You know. I have to do all that again. Probably meet up with a few of you jabronis. Make your way up north there, Jeff. So yeah, that's probably going to happen. Yeah, take Jake. Jake's never been to a convention. He'd get a kick out of that, I'm sure. Jesse, of course. Yeah. It's going to be a blast. think I got them all. Hold on, I gotta do the gas mask canisters. Flames of War. Fuegos. Takis. I don't think I've ever had Takis before. It's a chip over here in the United States. Tortilla chip, I think. Usually pretty spicy by American standards. I'm listening to commercials on Spotify. One more. There. Ay, ay, ay. Four of Recon and Huracan. I have Recon and Huracan here in Orlando. Those are conventions. But I never played games. Just shopped. Yeah, that's always a big draw. Marcher 22 says tactical RPGs are what I like for computer games. Combat heavy stuff, right? Like a Pathfinder. I imagine you play Pathfinder. The computer games that are, they have, what are they called? First one was called, what's wrong with me? Why am I trying to remember things when I know I can't? They're based on the APs. There's two of them. They're basically Pathfinder first and second edition is computer games. Very, very tactical. You probably know what I'm talking about. My apologies. I am a bit under the weather. Oh no. Been wafting in and out. What's the matter, squirrel? You got a cold? Flu? That's too bad, man. We'll send positive vibes your way, man. That's too bad. Hope it's nothing too overwhelming for you. Damn. Three and a half hours? Okay, I'm going to do flesh then. It's okay, Squirrel. You relax. Listen in if you want. Or not. You can drift off and get some sleep. If that would be better. It's too bad, man. Cripes. It's a rough time of year to be getting sick. $6:58. 7 p.m. I'm probably just going to do the flesh, and that's it on these guys. We'll do more on them tomorrow, I think. I don't want to burn myself out. Do a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours a day is good for me. but I will do the flesh. And then we'll call it. Where the hell I put it? Well, let me find them for you. Really good. Let me see. Well, I've got them in my collection. I have to go to Steam and... I've got them both. Compliments of my friend Kyle. He got me the second one. But I'll get the names for you. And search them. Really good. Especially if you're a fan of Pathfinder, i.e. a tactical RPG, because that's exactly what they are. Let me see. Steam is an app, actually. Can I share this screen? It should be. No, it's my Spotify. Let me change that. Steam. No, it's a black screen because it's an app. I'd have to... No, I'll just do a display capture. Let me see, do I have a display capture on here? Or do I have to add one? There it is. Alright, let me get this off the freaking page here. Get that out of here. Display capture, where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Schnunk. You guys see what I see. Whee! Let's go to Steam. What do I need to go to? Library? Right? Let's see. There's this one. This is the newest one. Actually, hold on. Let me make sure you can see this. Can you see that? Hold on. Damn it. Yeah, you could see that. So here's one here. It's called Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. It's named after an adventure path, or an AP, for Pathfinder 2nd edition. Or 1st edition, but it's 2nd edition rules. Yeah. So there's that one. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. And the other one, there it is, Kingmaker. Now this one here is 1st edition Pathfinder with the AP Kingmaker, which is originally a 1st edition. There's all kinds of extra content too for them. Oops. What happened? But it's pretty all-in type of role-playing game. You create everything about your character. You get NPCs who join you, and they're one-player games as well. But you get NPCs that join your group and all this other nonsense. It's pure role-playing game, and they're really good. So yeah, Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. Hope you feel better, Squirrel. Relax. Listen to his soothing and harpsichord note. Ay. There you go. Squirrel says, I've been playing a phone game. Okay, Luke, he's been playing a phone game. Sword of Convaleria. It's a fun RTS, real-time strategy, classic graphics, good music. So there's another one. It's a phone game, though. The lap game. Sword of Convaleria. Convalaria. It does not flow off the tongue. Thank you for the well wishes, folks. You got it, Squirrel. You got this. Yes, thanks. I will check those out. So you got plenty of new games to look into, Marshare. How do you like that? I have played Kingmaker on Steam. I've played that. And it's pretty deep. You get sucked into it. It's really good. I did not play Wrath of the Righteous one yet. So I can't really comment about it. But it's supposed to be better, I guess. If that's even possible. Or at least as good. And it's a whole different story. So if we don't see you for the next few months, we know why. I don't play much Steam games anymore. I try to avoid them, actually, because they do... You get sucked into this stuff. And I could be sitting there for 8 hours at night, not sleeping, playing this frickin' game, not doing anything but play the frickin' game, because I get pulled into them. So, I don't know. Kind of avoid them. Because I do want to paint my miniatures and roll some actual dice. You know? You guys know what I'm talking about. You know. I love my strategy games, and even RPGs like the ones I mentioned, but they're so... They pull me in. What I prefer to play is real-time first-person shooters. That's what I like. Because that's quick stuff, you know, instant gratification. Granted, I could get sucked into playing that for all night too, but... Whoops. Too much paint there. But that's usually the kind of games I would prefer to play. Not too deep. So I don't get too wrapped up in it. And I enjoy them. He's got little tiny hands, man. paint where I shouldn't be. Got a little tiny hand, squirrel. Damn 15 millimeter. Too tiny. Were you using a wet palette at some point? Yep. At some point I was. Not this one. I've got a Army Painter wet palette, which I should use more often, especially on these projects like where I'm using the same colors repeatedly. Of course. I just haven't dug it out. Just want to do the flesh on these guys. Some little tiny hands, little tinies. Damn brush is going everywhere. Hey. Yay, yay. Yeah, but try wet palettes are really freaking useful. For sure. I learned a trick on making a wet palette from a YouTuber about 6 years ago and still use that style. Care to elaborate? What the heck is the style? I started off using a wet palette made out of kind of like a Tupperware tub, a sponge, and parchment paper. And to this day I swear by it, but I haven't used my own. What I ended up doing is buying somebody got me, I didn't buy it, somebody got me a Army, maybe I did buy it, I don't remember. Army Painter wet palette. Yeah, it's $30 or $20 or something, I don't know what it was. And that was okay. But I found that the paper they use that come with it, which is their own type of paper, wasn't as good as just straight up parchment paper. So I actually use it with parchment paper that I cut up the right size and put in there. Because the paint was frickin' drying up on me. Using the paper that comes with the Army Painter one. Maybe it's just me, I don't know, but that's what happened. But I break it out once in a while, and I use my own parchment paper in it. That's what I do. I guess I'm too lazy to break it out. I'm always changing up what I'm doing, so I don't have like, all right, I'm going to sit here and use the same colors for the next week. I don't know. But I should use it more often. Especially because I'm quite frugal, a stickler, stingy when it comes to my paints. Yeah, I should be using it. I always put too much paint on this frickin' thing in front of me. Always. It's not intentional. So I'm always scooping up the extra and putting it back in. Because I refuse to let it dry up. I don't know, man. Of course, I've been using speed paints a lot recently, and that's a whole different ballgame. Can't really use a wet palette with speed paints. They get all watery, diluted. At least I think. And I love my speed paints. Do you speed paints, Luke? Are you a speed painter? I'm a recent convert to speed paints. Although I still paint the original real way, like I'm doing now. But I do enjoy speed paints. They do the trick. There. Got a guy with a smock on there. That's good. That'll be today's effort. Got 6 more done. This is kind of a big squad I got going here. 13 guys. A little bit bigger than a squad. For sure. 13 is pretty big. That's 2 bases. Working towards my platoon. Need 3 squads, so 6 bases. About 24 guys. 36 rather. Plus a command base. A small base with like, I think 2 models on it. If I recall. Instead of a sponge, I used kitchen roll for absorbency. Kitchen roll? I mean, kitchen, paper towel? Kitchen roll. Thinking paper towel. And baking paper. Okay, so like parchment paper. All in a Tupperware box from Poundland. Dollar store? Tupperware box. Yeah, that would work. So instead of, really what you're doing, instead of a sponge, you're using paper towels. And on top of that, you got your little baking sheet. So really, it's just the paper towels. Will paper towels work? They definitely absorb water. They'll definitely keep water if you keep it in the container. And they don't fall apart too easily, if at all. So yeah, paper towels could work. Just big, thick thing of it. Yeah, that would work, right? What do you think, Jeff? Anybody? If that's what it is, I think paper towels would do the trick. I might try that. If I had to. I don't know if it'd be any better than what I'm doing now. I do have that army painter thing. They got little sponges in them. I don't know what material it's made out of. Okay, these guys are done. Excuse me. I've done that. It works. Paper towels? Yeah, I could see it. I could see it working. That's a good idea, actually. It's funny, I didn't think of that myself when I was making my original one. With a sponge. Yeah, thick paper towels used to mop spills in the kitchen. That's it. Yeah. That's a really good idea. Where is my... Oh, there it is. It's up on the shelf. Oh, let's do a little traveling, shall we? Oh, why does it seem so bright there? So mine is right there. Right there. It's that little black thing with a red stripe in it. That is my army painter wet palette. Along with my Legion of Myth mug there, holding some brushes. That sketch there, I'll mention this again. That sketch there of the SS officer is actually based on a photo, an actual photo, that my friend Stephen Smith sketched. We all know Stephen Smith, I imagine, from YouTube. He's a really good friend of mine over in the UK. Yeah, he sketched that for me and sent it over. I sealed it, framed it, and there it is. That's pretty special. He's a really good sketch artist. And I'll always mention that and point that out whenever I show this picture. Paint shelf, extra paints. My starships are in there. My Sisters of Battle are hidden in there. This is a mess of painting tubs. Look at them all. It's terrible. Wait a minute. Look at that. And then I got boxes underneath this thing full of paints. And behind me. Some role-playing games when I play online. There's Galarian, Pathfinder. Some of my other painting projects. Nothing up there at the moment. This guy right here. Dark Angel dude. Nothing new. Some of you guys have already seen this stuff. My little blocks. I paint my bigger scale figures. Do 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 do. I bought exact same palette at a gift shop. I still prefer my cheap homemade one. I find it's more airtight. Yeah, something like that. The do-it-yourself stuff is always better, it seems. At least regarding this. The thick paper towels. Contrast paints are really good for speed, and wet palettes ruin them. Yep, I thought they would. Too much water. They don't need it. You use this GW stuff? Contrast paints? I've been using the Army Painter stuff. I'm still building my collection. I don't have a lot of paints. I think I might have maybe 18, 16 paints. Still building my collection here. I love them. They increase my output by at least 3 times. Maybe as much as 5 times my normal speed output. And for me, right now, that's perfect because I've got a lot. I don't have stuff anymore. I sold it all. Massive collections, gone. Like Flames of War. You know, I want to use speed paint with these guys, but I don't have the medium to do it yet. Don't have the right colors. But it's helping me get my 40K stuff on the table and my fantasy models on the table. My bigger scale figures, which is great. Tabletop Minions gave me ideas on cheap alternatives. Tabletop Minions. What's his name? Uncle something? What, the paper towels? Yeah, that's a really good idea, actually. I'm surprised. I never thought of that. When I was struggling, what am I going to make for a water palette here? I need a sponge. Okay, we got to find a sponge. I got this stuff, and I got that stuff. Uncle Adam, that's his name. I never thought of paper towels. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. So there they are. Well, here you go, Luke. I'll show you something. You might appreciate these. My last commission was the Napoleonic Russians. You guys might remember me doing it. And I still have some models here. Let's zoom in. Osterveld. His feet broke off. I got a few casualties here. But these are 10 mil. 10 mil. Let me focus here. Hold on. Wrong way. There we go. Little 10 millimeter guy. He's missing his feet. Russian. These were really nice models to paint, man. I still got a couple of these guys laying around here. There's another guy. Looks like a cornet player. Darn it, hold still. Jaeger. Cornet player, Jaeger. Do. The little guys, I thought I'd show you because you like the little scale. Got a bunch of casualty guys up here that have their feet broken off for that commission, which is sad. Yeah. I still got a commission here I'm working on. 10 mil. 10 mil Napoleonic French. I'm going to do some of these over the course of the next few months. No big deal. Get as much as I can done and send them off. because I'm semi-retired now, so I had to tell the guy I couldn't do the commission, so I'm going to try and get as much as I can done with the French models that he sent. He sent me 2 armies, French and Austrian. I just can't do them all. But yeah, he's good with it, so I'm going to be doing some of the French. And I got some other projects I'm working on. One for my good friend Kevin Krause, who you might know from the Krause Collection on YouTube. Really nice guy. I've got a 15 mil fantasy collection I want to work on. They're 3D printed. Hopefully I can get to them soon, because he's a real good guy, and it's his first commission he's ever had. And yeah, that's it right now. Looks great, perfect detail, and would look amazing en masse. Lost foot? Oh, they were 3D printed. They kind of broke. I think I have a picture of the commission. I won't go crazy with the pictures, folks, okay? So don't worry. Everybody knows I love to share my projects, my pictures. I've shown them thousands of times, but I'm not going to do that. But I am going to show one picture for Luke here, because he's probably never seen this stuff. And what this will be is the commission I just finished. It was a pretty massive Russian army. The second one I've done for just one particular gentleman. I won't mention his name, but he's an author. He's an author. And he's great. Great to work with. He kind of wants me to do some more. I'm not sure about it, because they're such big projects. But let me show this one, since you're into the 10 mil stuff. If I can remember where it is, commissions. Boy, I hope I saved them here to my folder. I know they're on Discord. Yeah, I don't think I put them in my folder here. Or maybe I did. What's this? Russians 2? I'll tell you what, I'll show you this one. This is one of the Russian armies I did for him. It's one of my favorites that I've done. And turned out really good. Handmade, hand-drawn flags. Alright, I love to do my own flags, which I charge extra for. I actually draw them and paint them. And let me share that. As you can tell, I'm quite proud of my work. Let me see. Hold on, give me a second. Gotta do display capture again because it won't load an app for some reason. Da 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 da. Oh, that's a really close up. Yikes. And there they are. Some artillery. Why is that so big? Now this wasn't the one I just did, I don't think. This is one I did previous to that one. There's a whole bunch of Jaegers. Yeah, I think this was the previous one. I think. I don't know, maybe this is the one I just did, actually. Might be, because I'm looking at the camera quality and it doesn't look that great. I have a crappy camera right now. Actually, I think this is the one I just did. Yeah, I could tell by these wagons here. There's guys leading it. Yeah, I think it is. Huh. Alright, so this is the one I just did. Okay. Thanks, Luke. They're based for ESR. Et sans resultat. Not how you pronounce it. Means without result, I guess, in French. But it's a set of rules by David Estenis. His website is the Wargaming Company. He sells 3D... They're not printed. They're, They're resin models. They're beautiful to work with, beautiful to paint. My favorite miniatures I've encountered so far for Napoleonics in 10 mil. Wonderful stuff. Box sets, convenient to get into. He does a great job with that game. That's all I could say. Yeah, ESR. It's good stuff, Jeff. He's got good stuff. I enjoyed the game, too. Let me guess, you hated it. I enjoyed it. If you're into Napoleonics. Yep, Mass Effect. I learned really early on when I got into Napoleonics and started painting my own stuff that to make this so worthwhile playing in 10 mil, for me personally, I had to go for one thing. Use 15mm basing and scales when I play these games, but use a ton of miniatures in 10 mil. I want that mass effect. So what I did is I made sure all my battalions had the right number of ranks, you know, and that it was staggered in the back rank where they were moving up to fill in as casualties took place. I wanted that look. That's what I was after. You can't get that with 15 mil. It's not practical. You can't get it with 28, but you can get it with 10 and smaller. But 10 millimeter has a lot more detail to look at and is much more appealing to look at. So that's why I went for that. I wanted to be unique from the other bigger scales. Like, look what I can do. Look what my battles can look like. And it worked. That's what I did. And those figures there were based for ESR. They have their own basing. 2 ranks deep. Like, 14 figures? No, 10 figures per base. Every base is a battalion. So they have their own flags and such. A little bit different than how I was doing it. It still looks effective, you know, even with 2 ranks. But I had to have 3 in mind. You know, I went all out. No, I like the system. His research is very good. Always keeping me off kilter, aren't you, Jeff? Always. I could never pinpoint you. I think I got you. He's not going to like it. He's going to hate that game. Nope, loves it. Loves it. Always keeping me guessing. All right. Noted. His research was very good. He puts a lot of effort, especially in uniforms. Man, he's got uniform guides in all his books, which is useful. He makes it easy to get into Napoleonics in a grand, spectacular way. All right? That's what he does. And that's to be commended. And the game rules I liked a lot. It had a different feel to it from a lot of other games. Thanks, Luke. Once again, I have the 1812 book. It's meant to be a good game. I've not tried it. I play 6mm using Twilight of the Emperor. Twilight of the Emperor. I don't think I've heard of that. I just don't remember it. Twilight of the Emperor. Jeff says, I like the system. Good research. Yeah, I agree. So I thought I'd show you that. I've been painting Napoleonics, I think, for 5 years for commission work. And I'm at the stage where I'm almost losing my mind. 10 mil figures for 5 years. Pretty much. I'd say about 75% of all my commissions in the last 5 years have been 10 millimeter Napoleonics. And almost always French and Russian. I did a Prussian one. And I almost did an Austrian one. Oh my gosh, thousands of figures. So, yeah. It put me in it retired me, is what it did. Took me out of commission, that's what it did. Can't do it. So I'm semi-retired. I'll do a unit or two, and that's about it. No more big, huge armies of hundreds and hundreds of figures. Takes forever to do. Backs me up. I get backlogged. And then it's just, oh. I'm still catching up with my commissions, and I'm semi-retired now. I did that when? I think I finished it in December or January. A lot of white straps and hats and shakos. Ugh. I enjoy it though. I do enjoy it. It's just I'm tired of the 10 mil. It's got me drained. I mean, if I had those as my own after all that time, oh my gosh, my armies would be huge, massive, multi-core things going on here. It'd be pretty spectacular, though, if it was all together. Austrians would bore you as a commission. All those identical poses in white. Yeah. The only Austrians I've done are in 28 mil, and I really enjoyed it. It was an artillery cannon with crew and some brigadiers, and I really like doing the gun because I got to experiment using different colors, the ochre yellow and stuff, and the brown jacketed crew. I just love the look of them. That was enjoyable. This one was 10 millimeter. Probably about 300-400 figures. I don't know. It was for a different game, not ESR. And I'd be painting battalions instead of companies. Instead of one base equals a battalion, I'd have 6 bases as a battalion. Each base a company or something like that. That's how they were going to be for the Austrians. And that's how I'm going to do these French, actually. I've done commissions for them in the past. So, painting battalions. Did some old guard for them and stuff. But, I don't know. I couldn't do the Austrians. They probably would be boring, but I don't know. I just didn't feel like doing all the research again. French, I know like the back of my hand. At least painting. So, I'll do some of those. And that'll work for me. Now I'm kind of working on my own stuff, getting my chutzpah back, enjoying the hobby. And it's been awesome. It's been amazing. Because as Jeff knows, that commission painting for 5 years can take it out of you, and you just lose interest in the hobby, which affects your work in the commission department. You're not really into doing it anymore, and it's not as good. And I had to just stop. I can't do this no more. I gotta at least semi-retire or something. I can't keep doing this. Paint my own stuff, enjoy the hobby again, get back into it, and then we'll go from there. It's tough, but that's my story. So once again, I'm going to wish happy birthday to Kat. If you see her in Discord, wish her happy birthday. She's 16 today, so it's something to be celebrating. She's really excited. Her mom come up to visit her, which is really a big deal. But I'm happy for her. And yeah, so happy birthday, Kat. I don't have to sing happy birthday. I always sing happy birthday to my folks here, but I'm not going to do that today because she's not here. If she was, I'd have to sing. You know I'd have to do it. You know I'd have to do it, Jeff. It'd have to be done. I've been known to break out in song randomly, quite often, in fact, but I don't know. Got to be careful. I get demonetized. I'm so good. It's only through channels like this I keep motivated to paint more for more games. There's my singing for the day. Yeah, they work great. We found that out years ago when we come up with this notion of doing a paint and chat. And by the way, I was looking at my very first chat session I ever did. Who knows how long ago? I keep saying 2012. Who knows? But it was a chat that I had with my good friend Ian. And it was the first time I ever talked to him face to face. First time I did a chat about the hobby on YouTube. I have it on my channel here somewhere. You'd have to really search to find it. But I should edit it and splice out the dead space and put that back up on there because, yeah, Ian passed away this December and it's, it still gets me. I was watching it last night and man, I'm telling you, what a great moment that was. I looked freaking young. I was like a kid. Yeah, it was good. Pretty cool to see that again. Some of you guys that watch these might remember that. And that's where it all began. And I've been doing these paint and chats ever since. Ever since. People have come and gone. A few people linger in the background still. And it's been a great ride. I've met so many fantastic people from around the world. And like I said, we discovered early on, this stuff is like magic because somehow, through these chats, you get things done. Granted, I used to bring people into the chat, and I still do occasionally, and they're painting along with me. And I noticed early on back then that you get so much done just doing this stuff online, chatting and painting, that I've never stopped doing it. I'm at the point now where I can't paint unless I put on the computer and stream it. That's about 90% of my painting is done online in a live stream. Pretty crazy. As it's an American 16-year-old and not a Brit, I would tell Kat not to drink too much. You would. Pay for more games. And in case you don't know, Kat is also our mascot here on the community. She likes when I say that. She is the mascot, and I hope to bring her in and you can all meet her again. I don't think you've ever met her, Luke. She's fantastic. But yeah, that'll be good fun. Say if you see her, give her a happy birthday. And we're at the 4-hour, 21-minute mark, and that's where I'm going to call it. Folks, I had a good chat today. I had good progress with my Flames of War stuff. I can't wait to get more of it done. I'm going to do some more on that second batch I'm working on there. That strip I did today. I got a little bit more to do. I got to do the rifle. Did I finish the camouflage on the other guys? I think I did. Yeah, I could do the camouflage pattern on the guys I did today. Let me look at these. Yeah, I did do the camouflage. I'm going to do that tomorrow and probably finish off another strip. All right, because I got a lot of guys to get through. I got a box of them sitting here from the Hit the Beach set. which is what I'm working on. Got all the tanks done. Just got to do the decals and this weathering on all the tanks. I got some Flak 88. No, I got some Panzer. No, what do I got? Got some Pack 40s. I think I got a couple Pack 40s I have to put together and do. Tanks are all done. Got a terrain piece, and I got all the infantry. Probably about 70 miniatures of infantry or something like that. Yeah, that's what we're going to get done. I'm going to try to. Because Jake's got me all motivated. He's getting into Flames of War, and so's Jesse. So it's like, oh, right, another game to play. This time historicals. Yes, I'm going to do this. So I got some motivation to kind of get these guys done. That's the thing going on. All right, folks. Squirrel. Paint and Babbling is a fun one. I enjoy doing it when I get around to it. Yeah, I love when you do them. I can't wait to do your next stream, Squirrel. Hurry up. Robust Blessings. 16th birthday. Pubs. Yeah, you gotta be 21 over here. Take care, Luke. Take care, Jeff. So what versions in Flames of War on these? Version is Flames of War on these? 4th edition. It's been on 4th edition for quite a while, actually. Which means, what, 5th edition, maybe? I don't know. How much can they streamline and alter the game? It might be a while before a 5th edition comes around. It's 4th edition. I haven't played it much. I'm going to play more of it in the coming months. See what it's all about. Played a lot of 3rd, but very little 4th. Anyway, thanks, Jeff. Hope to see you again. I'll probably be on tomorrow. Figures, I have 3. Figures, I have 3. Flames of War 3rd edition. 3rd edition's great fun. A lot of people still play it. There's no reason why you couldn't. There's nothing wrong with the game. La da 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 da. All right, folks. I'm going to see you, Jeff. See you, folks, and we'll call it there because I'm hungry. I'm hungry, Luke. Stop. It's not 1 a.m. I'm looking at Flames of War boxes at the beach. You can't lose out. Remember, those figures are all usable with so many games. What you're looking at is the scale and the genre. If you want to play World War II, it's a good way to get into it. Take care, Nerds Nerd. Thanks for joining in. Hope to see you again, Nerds Nerd, and everybody else. Now, I'm going to get out of here. Said that 4 times now. Let me know if you buy it, Luke. Anyway, folks, I hope you guys enjoyed. I have a good weekend. Have a wonderful weekend. I'm going to talk to you again soon, probably tomorrow. Folks, hang in there, and you know why. It's only going to get better. I'm going to talk to you soon. Take care.